It do be game time. Oh, wait, hang on. Let's crank that up. Oh, nope. Let's crank it up just a little bit more. Right there. Yeah, that should be fine. Alright. Back in we go. October 24th, 9:11 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Well, getting closer, Jay. Getting closer. 40%. Just 10% more for hard mode, buddy. You're almost there. You almost got it. Yeah, what did I put that in again? I actually forgot. Oh, 50k. Got it. Okay, we can leave that there. How's it going? Doing good at work today? Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left to... Good morning, my dear fellows. It's early for you, bro. What are you doing? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally, a true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends at battle at all times. Busy as normal for this time of year. I'll just be lurking. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you regardless, and thank you for contributing to the Mario Party 3 story mode. I appreciate it. Hope work goes smoothly for you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Yes. Do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realized it was a mistake, but My dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, Sorry, I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Sherlock Sholmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning, a miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her grand gamut of tactics. She pulled the cover off, shook me, poked both cheeks, pinched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her latest experimental blend on my face, and at last I was bestirred. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist, one who relishes in the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Oh, hello. Oh, Inspector Gregson. Good morning. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know. Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You won't believe the hoops I had to jump through to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. That mass murderers? Who killed 5 members of the aristocracy? He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It was all done under wraps. It was quickly executed so soon after the trial. It's all in here. Okay. Guess we'll take that with us. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. Slowly along the yard, just doing what we can. In the shadow of the great detective Sholmes, of course. Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're gonna lay all this to rest at last. Well, let me check this out real quick. Condemned prisoner. We have no idea who this dude is. Well, that's helpful. Student Professor. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. Courtney Stevens. Okay. Yeah, we got quite a bit of stuff. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Drebber. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant. The trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding. As if something's gonna happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. But I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. (24th October, 9:30 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. I'm back. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Hairbrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. Are the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed? Oh, he's got his assistant back again with his, still with the mask on. The prosecution is ready, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Van Zieks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. If I may, Lord Van Zieks. Oh, sorry. Yes, my lord. There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case will rise considerably. What? Oh, that is so what? No, not bro, shut up. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of this trial, and to open my bottle for me. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves, it couldn't be anyone else. But he's suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we could do at the moment. I know, but oh, this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who've been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty.
I do so despise deception and deceit. I do find it very wearing. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick is against the magician's code, not to mention the law.
Any fake scientist shall feel the wrath of God, if you ask me.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and, then settle on one. That's it, isn't it?
Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Van Zieks.
Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case. The super high voltage instant kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in an explosion, effected by an unknown person or persons.
It was... what? An explosion? This is an outrage. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers, and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. He did it to destroy the evidence, did he? That Enoch Drebber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Cool. Late yesterday afternoon. And... dang, this thing got messed up. The protection afforded to the machine by the Special Disposition for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed. A most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was a result of the actions of the accused. Of that we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control. Objection. As Lord Van Zieks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the events that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. Adi Osman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Blah. I did not mean to open that. Thank you, counsels. The position of the prosecution and defense has been clearly stated. Lord Van Zieks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to the stand. There he is. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Enoch Drebber. Occupation? Hard to pin down, I would say.
See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it somewhere before? Oh, you too? I have the exact same feeling myself.
Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? A most extraordinary sounding business.
But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Cleave it from your mind. You are familiar with the public experiment carried out on the grid exhibition some days ago. They used super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration.
Yes, you could say that.
I am aware of it.
There was a terrible accident, wasn't there?
It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine and used in the experiment. Or so our investigations indicate. Can you confirm your involvement?
Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all.
Then the court will be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure.
An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis as a reality at last. What? Good gracious! Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir?
Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that it blew up.
Objection!
We've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery.
The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... We procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine you constructed for the purpose of demonstrating at the Great Exhibition.
Understood.
Alright.
I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago, through Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to the precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, I would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads, and then crashed headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow.
A body double?
That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But I would be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines. Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman has no twin siblings.
It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine.
Whatever do you mean?
Yesterday's proceeding brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how.
Yes, it's true I possess a considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for the young talent in science there. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If our hypothesis is sound, it can always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident, or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by the misuse of the science?
Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
Alright. Met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Asman's introduction. What do you mean, met?
So you're already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers, that's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous inventor, it was no concern of mine. As the people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for, as long as the people pay my bills.
I'll make whatever. I'll make the ting.
So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular then? Who could say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge, but the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Hairbrain certainly has a mind like no other. Oops. There we go. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. Oh, wait. Go back to that.
Hold it!
It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic. However, the more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left of that device either. Not a shred of evidence remaining, I hear. You must have planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin?
Hold it!
Of course, that's it! Mr. Asman was a twin!
Objection!
Perhaps my learned friend wasn't listening earlier. Mr. Asman has no twin siblings. No, I heard you before, but the thread of hope hadn't quite left me. The demonstration could have been a trick if there was somebody who looked sufficiently like the victim, but Dr. Scythe absolutely ruled out that possibility. It is beyond question that the victim himself, Mr. Asman, did move from the stage to the Crystal Tower. The fingerprints found at the scene attest to that fact. So it couldn't have been orchestrated using someone who looked identical to Mr. Asman then. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, no, nothing. Just that the idea of someone who looked identical to the victim is playing on my mind.
Hold it!
Yep. I was trying to go to my core, but I guess the other button. Okay, so about the birdcage that crashed head first. It crashed head first, you say? According to the many witness reports from those there at the time, yes. Were you not there at the exhibition grounds that day? On that day? Unlikely. I rarely leave my workshop. Yet another one of your unique inventions was found at the scene. Well, it was the unveiling of the machine I had labored over for many months. I saw it clearly with my own eyes. The birdcage plummeting headfirst into the tower. What a surprise! I believe the victim's neck was broken from a headlong fall, wasn't it? How could you come by that information? Even an infernal recluse like me reads the newspapers, you know. According to the reports, 2 injuries were apparent on the victim's body. Yes, he'd been stabbed in the chest by a screwdriver that believed to belong to the defendant, and he had a broken vertebrae as a result of the fall from a considerable height. Correct, my learned friend has been doing his research, it seems. Do we know which injury was the fatal one? Sadly not. Forensic science is not yet at a level where such things can be determined. What we do know is that the victim died having sustained both injuries at some point during the experiment. And since he was found at the birdcage with his neck broken, it's obvious that he fell from a considerable height. I suppose that's hard to deny. Terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine was built was flawed somehow? So you understand the science, do you? Not in the slightest. Oh, right. As I said a number of times, I'm an engineer. My job is to manufacture according to the blueprints I'm given. I would be inviting manifold problems if I foolishly allowed my brain to digest the ideas behind them. I could be accused of stealing those ideas, for example. But how is it possible to construct a machine without really understanding the principles it relies on? Well, you're practicing law without really understanding the principle it relies on, aren't you? A very good point. Stand up for yourself, Mr. Naruhodo. Again, he's gotten it right. The point is, the experiment resulted in instantaneous kinesis taking place. As such, the science must be sound. Yes, and really, experimental results are all that matters when it comes to proving a hypothesis. He's certainly very sure of himself. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that the machine has been completely destroyed by yesterday's explosion, it's going to be impossible to argue its authenticity one way or the other. But if we're unable to establish it was a piece of stage trickery rather than genuine science, we will have no grounds on which to demonstrate the Professor Harebrain's innocence. Both Mr. Asman and this man in the stand tricked the Professor and used him. They took advantage of his naivete and used his unbending belief in his work. I won't let him get away with it. It seemed the Professor is an old friend of Lord Van Zeek's. What on earth must he be feeling towards Trevor? Alright, starting from the beginning. Alright, so what do we have? No trick. Culture was a fraud. Ever created a body double. See, I don't think... So they said he had no siblings, so I don't think it's possibly a body double. All spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and then crash headfirst into the Crystal Tower. Let's see. Oh, I didn't actually look at the trophy or the camera. There's a little metal plaque here, look. Fostering and beckoning talent for those of future scientific discovery. It seems rather ironic, doesn't it? But clearly Mr. Trevor was a very talented scientist. And that's it. And what about this thing? Oh, I can open it.
What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I found absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely? Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I simply have to take it apart.
That's worrying.
Yes, father tells me the time by rumblings of his stomach now.
He's given up on having a watch.
Poor Professor Mikatoba.
I can check the bottom part.
Oh look, the cover came open. Yes, now there should be a glass plate inside. You have to change the plate with each new photograph you want to take, you see.
You cheated!
How did I cheat? All I'm doing is investigating the camera. That is not illegal, alright? I don't want to hear it, die. I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you mean. What's up? How's it going?
Is there something wrong? There's no plate. It's been removed. What a pity. But I suppose if you think about it...
But you do know what I mean. No. It's going good, Dom. Glad to hear it. Just chilling on this nice Monday afternoon. Or evening, or wherever you are.
This wouldn't be the actual camera that was used at the time, just like the waxwork isn't a real actual person. So we never have found a photographic print of the executed convict coming back to life anyway. Oh, yes, you're quite right, of course. Poor Suzuto-san, she looks devastated.
And is that all I can... No, I can look at the other stuff.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? On the bellows just here. There seem to be some very dark stains. Yes, you're right. It looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking.
Oh. Okay, well that got updated. I couldn't even tell if those were actually stains. Well, okay, I'm sure that's gonna come into play later. Alright, what about this birdcage again? So this is the bottom of it, but it looks like... Wait. Hey, go back. The birdcage up here head first, above their heads it crashed head first, but... But it looks like the bottom is the part that broke, not the top. So I think this is it.
Objection!
There we go.
We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree. The damage itself is certainly entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. All the breakages in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top.
What are you saying? That's the opposite of where it should be.
That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base. So we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile those two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which were at some point switched. Switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery.
Gah.
Got him.
Good gracious, explain yourself, witness.
Well, if we examine the facts, there is only one logical conclusion we could draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed fall first into the tower.
Objection!
but multiple witness reports claim it fell headfirst.
The birdcage materialized into the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion. At an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters, it then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in an ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such cases are notoriously unreliable.
Objection.
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection.
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. A riveting scientific analysis of the events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebrae, actually. He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Van Zeeks. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceived a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry? I feel like that's the undertone here. Ah yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What?
It seems to be that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drever, you will amend your testimony with the details of this truth.
Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically after all.
I nearly had him there. Is he doing the robot? Okay.
The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from.
Hold it.
What do you mean?
Well, before the demonstration began, the victim was alive on the stage in front of the audience.
Yes, there are lots of witnesses who saw Mr. Asman on the experimentation stage, that's true.
Then the victim's neck broke as a result of an impact following a fall. Logically, therefore, the victim must have fallen from somewhere. The balloon that exploded was at an altitude of 60 feet, but the point of impact on the tower was 30 feet up. The difference of 30 feet is therefore the total distance the birdcage fell. And there's no other location from which the birdcage could have fallen that distance if it didn't drop out of the sky. Ergo, the victim himself must have been beamed into the stage, from the stage into the sky above the crystal tower. A scientific analysis. Dear me, every time I hear it explained, it sounds increasingly implausible. Oh yes. It's all very well thought out.
Certainly all the spectators on that day saw it. The birdcage plummeting 30 feet through the air, I mean. Irritatingly, yes. Wait, hang on, go back. There's nowhere else the birdcage to have fallen from. No, I did not mean to hit that again. No, it's been a while since I've been in court, alright? But I think I know what I need to do. So basically we just need to say, no, it did fall from somewhere else, and I think the picture they gave me demonstrates where I could point it out. Let's see. Yeah, this picture right here. We could say it has fallen through here, basically.
Objection.
No, we can't. Oh, God. The last statement is your task, counsel, to explain this somehow. Oh, bruh. It seems to jar, though, don't you think? Oops, my bad. Okay, that, my bad. Okay, yeah. So wait, what else do I have then? Okay, no, that doesn't show me a picture of it. Listen, that KO didn't count. So, I guess we could use the... So are we saying like, oh, maybe we're saying like it fell from just here and then went down. Alright, maybe I jumped the gun. Okay, oh, it's this statement right here. Because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to fall from. Okay, I misinterpreted what he was saying. So basically we gotta be like, no, it could fall from, like, the stage itself.
Objection.
There we go. Alright. I basically jumped ahead. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. I feel like the picture would have worked too, but whatever. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in midair before falling down to the crystal tower. A fall of about 30 feet, or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there is one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. No. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place of which we are referring to on the same diagram. The alternate location from which the birdcage could have possibly fallen requisite 30 feet. Right here.
Take that!
The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been there to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage. But what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, counsel. It turns out the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see that it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine and the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and if we assume that there were to be void underneath, this birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen at almost exactly the same distance. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage has such a controversy in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the Kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Yeah, this is what I tried to point out earlier, but you said no! Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone. Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber, it was you who built the Kinesis machine. which means it was you who built the 2 bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. Whatever Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters. A machine designed to take Mr. Asman's life and lay the blame firmly on the professor's door, something that could only be carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Objection!
If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly but surely.
What?
Your argument fails to hold water on 2 accounts.
2?
Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that.
And I believe such members of Scotland Yard had also been on watch duty at every public experiment.
In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages.
Objection!
But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to.
The nonsense with the crossbow. That doesn't bolster your cases at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so.
A motive? Do I have to explain everything myself?
I have here a contract provided by the witness.
What contract is this, Lord Van Zeeks?
The contract into which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income.
30%?
Certainly very favorable constructural conditions. But there was one very important provision bolted onto the clause.
What provision?
Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die...
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, Ashley. I forgot I still had those enabled. Hello, how's it going? I'm in court right now fighting for my life. Hello, what's up? Good to see you. This is drying out my throat right now. Ashley, you ready for Jamboree to come out next week? So it's almost here, just like 10 more days. I wonder if you're gonna do a Mario Party night for that one. Just like to kick it off right away. That'd be fun. Yeah, if you want to do it, I'm totally down. Gonna stream it on release date. Nice. I took that day off specifically so I could buy it. You want in? Maybe. I know Smiley invited me to play around with him, so I don't know what time we're exactly doing it. We are doing it on release day, so if it's like early on, then I could play around with you later in the day. I know I'll have to ask him to see what he's up to. He only said we're playing that day. He didn't really give me any specifics on it. But yeah, if we can make it happen, I'd like to play.
In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Asman's death. The diametric opposite, in fact.
That was going well.
Need I say more? The witness had neither opportunity nor reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. This sucks. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide off the mark. Lord Van Zeeks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. Okay. Let's take a look at this. While I'm wallowing in despair real quick. Alright, hold on. Investor Mr. Ayazman hereby enters in a contract with the provider, Mr. Enoch Drebber, to be found to fund labor and materials for the construction at super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government funds or other income. Mr. Drebber may uphold this right on the condition that both contracting parties are alive. Okay. That's gonna come into place somehow. It's true. If Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the machine under the stage with the one under the Crystal Tower, he couldn't have done it. And in any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. Back to the chords, you're gonna play not the type of chord you're thinking of, Bean. I wish.
Damn it down.
How you doing over there, Bean? By the way, you staying safe? I know it's actually pretty rough over there, so I hope you're all right, man. I wish I was on the tennis courts right now. Looking outside, outside my window, it's actually pretty nice out. If only there was actually a tennis court nearby I could go play on. And also have someone to play against, because you can't really do one-man tennis. It doesn't work like that. Oh, that's right, Ashley, you've never heard that sound effect, have you? That's literally Beans doing that. He sent me a voice clip of doing that one day, and it was hilarious. And since you have yesterday off for Jamboree, yes, I did. Oh yeah, it passed by, but the city's still in shambles. It's gonna take a hot minute for us to recover, but we're coming back together as a community. That's good. I'm glad you're doing okay. Assassin!
Hey,
what's
listen,
up?
Look, listen,
Oh my god.
Look, listen.
You're lousy.
Oh my god. Hi, Assassin. How are you? Assassin, eventually we gotta play Mario Party Jamboree too. And I swear to god, if you use that item that doubles the price I gotta pay for stars, I will end you personally. You better not do it. I'm watching you like a hawk. I'm not redeeming any of my Dimit points anymore. I'm saving up. Why? Do you see something you like on there? Please tell me what it is. Is it Bean's voice? It's Bean's voice, isn't it? You already ended me. Is it because I won that one coin, like 1 by 1 coin in that one Mario Party game? He's giving you permission to use I am. No, I am not. He couldn't have done it. In any case, I have no idea what his motive would have been. There's one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. Let's come together and make the 500k happen. No, don't encourage him. You know what I had to do before Jamboree comes out? I was actually thinking about this in the back of my head. Doing like either a stream or like video where I just try to beat every single Mario Party minigame, like all of them, from every single game. You know, get myself warmed up. Only 12k? Well, dang. I mean, these points build up fast, to be fair. Bro, what do you mean, bro? You gotta be prepared, alright? And with knowledge, you come with supreme... No, I think it's... Shit. The saying goes... Fuck, what is it? My brain turned off. Oh yeah. With great power comes great responsibility or something like that. And I have the power of knowledge. That would be fire. Playing every single minigame over like the course of... I think there's like 13 Mario Parties out right now. That'd be a lot of them. I don't know, I have to see how many, like, how long that would take, actually. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is unable to deny that. Ah. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. I have no doubt that there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too.
The voice change, I stan.
Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer.
No, we can't let him get away with it.
Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled.
Yeah.
But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
Yeah, I'm not buying that for 1 second, bro. At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only one birdcage. Yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there's more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit.
Get to the point.
The stage demonstration was constructed and set up entirely in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances means it's possible that you could carried out the crime yourself. Sephiroth's on trial. I didn't know how to tell you, assassin. What do you think? Yeah, we're finally gonna get him with his first crimes. It's been like, what, 20 years now that he's gotten away with it? It points to the fact that someone else was involved.
Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting?
Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now? Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else, of the most serious of crimes.
Oh, the prosecutor? I thought you were talking about the witness, considering he's got the long hair.
If these accusations turn out to be false, then I make no mistake.
Baby Park and Toy Shaw, bro. No. Baby Park and nothing, I swear. You know, now that I think about it, I haven't raised Baby Park in a long time, and I'm glad for it. No Baby Park in this household.
The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter?
You avoided the worst? Oh, I'm glad you're staying safe out there too, assassin. You all stay safe on the East Coast, alright?
What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Mr. Drebber had an accomplice, or even if he was really the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear, as a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice, or not?
No, I think I know who it is. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice.
Somehow the 2 bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. But that inconsistency itself is a clue.
It's not, no, I'm not the accomplice, Jabra. No.
Counsel,
My lord?
you have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must ask you now to identify this alleged accomplice by name. So, your answer, please. Who do you have claimed to be Mr. Drebber's accomplice?
I think it was her.
Take that!
The name of the person in question is... What's wrong, my Nipponese friend? Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that.
Of course I'm afraid. I'm not the accomplice. No, I'm not the... No! Nipponese. Oh yeah, that's right, Ashley. He's been calling me that this whole game. It was Nip the Nat. Yeah, Nat was the accomplice. I'm sorry you had to find out like this. After all, naming her in this capacity is gonna make waves, or a lot of waves. I did not cheat, shut up. It could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mrs. Ito. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel, now. The person who colluded with Mr. Dreppert in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What the blazes are you talking about, Dr. Scythe? The head of forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. Yep, it was the doctor all along. We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. Then everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It could only have been in that team's presence. I'm so enjoying Yugo. This like Yugo dub. I like doing voices for the characters. I think it's fun. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe is summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. You got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging the Yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. You're popping off? Oh, thank you. I know the woman very well. There's no better dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? This child is either... Yeah, I don't know why they brought her up on the jury, but you know she's here anyway. My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East and at might. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands that you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly, if the birdcage contained the body of the victim was exchanged for another, the cage must have also contained a body. And yet, no missing persons or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Speaking of courts, when will you be around? Will you be around? Yeah, I'll be around tonight. Funny enough, I actually have today off and tomorrow off, so yeah, I'm chilling. This is basically my Saturday right now. I am gonna be just kicking back and relaxing. You trying to coach? Yeah, I'm welcome to coach if you want to play some tennis tonight. Which means there was no one, dead or alive, who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. That's true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must have also been one person inside each. But I don't know if I've gotten to answer this yet. Have I? Coach tennis? Yeah, sometimes I watch Beam play tennis on his game, and you know, I give him some little tips when he's playing against someone online. New monitor, now I can finally hook up my Xbox to the PC. Let's go. What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? I can name someone, present evidence, nothing at the moment. Oh wait, I think it's the waxwork exhibit. Very well. The defense will address my learned friend's concerns. by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double. Good gracious, evidence? Play him, Dom will respectfully lose. Yeah, it's true. I have not played 2K 25 top spin, so I have no idea how the game works. Now, if it was Mario Tennis, on the other hand, I might have a little bit of an advantage. I hope this isn't filibustering, counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. The body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witnesses would have only seen them from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of the explosion and came in some 18 meters above the spectators? Aha! The body double inside the second birdcage was... I think I have it here in my evidence somewhere. Aha! Hello! This is the waxwork. We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage. And therefore, he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contains something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. Yes, counsel. According to your somewhat elaborate version of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mrs. Ito. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was, as unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there. Like how we brought the whole thing with us, not just the head.
Objection!
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm now, Ryunosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicating the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice of this crime. And now you moved on to indicting waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Hairbrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this waxwork from Madame Tuspel's. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Grey Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then, the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman. Gah!
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. Mr. Asman. It really does sound like that, doesn't it? That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model in that no way it resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What do you decide?
Objection.
Wait. Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. My lord, I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leadings for the court to hear now.
Guilty.
Oh.
Guilty.
Oh.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty!
Kill me.
Oh, that's not good. Oh, that is in fact very not good. So, as indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was gonna happen. We should get through this, Mr. Naruto, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way, I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm gonna have to appeal to the jurors as usual, and see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summation examination. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very well. In that case, I ask that you now clearly state for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is found guilty of the crime which he's charged. Okay. Here we go. The jurors' contentions. I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think these two would ever be conniving with one another. Guilty. Deny you too. I thought you were on my side. What the hell? Guilty, brah. Unbelievable. Why you gotta do this to me? Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? Bro, I don't even know what's happening. Yeah, you're just coming in and declare me guilty. I see how it is. What am I even guilty of? I've had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork is ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. So juror number 6 has a personal conflict with the case and cannot be part of this lie? Yeah, you would think. Accusing someone without right evidences is not a proper job, eh? Is he? I won't have it. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems that the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. Given that its face is obscured and its build is in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asman's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto? I can't explain why at the moment, but I feel as though there's a specific reason as to why it was used. Why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced it's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, you must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. Have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, counsel, you may proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Alright, let's bring it from the top. Known that woman for years, she'd never be an accomplice to anything. Yeah, what do you mean accomplished? The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. Yeah, why am I starting with juror number 6? I'm a copper, lad. It's accomplice desertion to bend the rules sometimes, when needs must. What's wrong with that? Where do I start? First of all, how'd you get that gun in here? I've been working the yard for 40-odd years. So we cross-examine the jurors? Yeah, this is something like, I think only this Ace Attorney game does, because I think this is like one of the only Ace Attorney games that have jurors in them.
So now that they've, the way it works, Assassin, now that they've all said guilty, we have to change 4 out of 6 of their minds to go not guilty. And if we don't, the trial ends and we lose. But if we do manage to change their minds, then the trial keeps going. That's even more than I thought. We've only had Metropolitan Police Service in town for 70 years, you know. Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. We had to fight crime. We had to fight to win the public's trust as well, and win we did. He's 90? I guess so. Put me up there. I'll change their mind. Will you? I feel like you just cement guilty verdict and just absolutely demolish my case. Forensic science was its infancy too, even more than now, and she spearheaded the revolution. Dr. Scythe, you mean? That's right. About 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as a top-class coroner. We will absolutely change her mind. She's a Lopez after all. That's even more troubling. Is this supposed to be comforting? That is troubling at best. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me miraculously. No, we are done with that show. We're not watching any more of that show. We finished it. It's over. It's done. So put that show in the back of your mind, because we ain't bringing it back up. And now look at her, head of forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you. Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air? We're all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim, we were. Full of vim. That's coming across loud and clear. So I don't know if just think those two would ever be conniving with one another.
Hold it!
But we're only just starting to understand this case. He's not even paying attention. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders on the Solar Pond Street was caught 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. It's because of Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. It was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of that scoundrel responsible. Oh. That's right. Oh. The woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. Miraculous. Dio, why do you know that? Why do you know that? No! My friends and I ended up watching the entirety of that show ever since we found out it existed like 1 year ago, and it was... What's the word do I put? What word do I just use to describe? Oh yeah, cringe! Oh my god, I was like, oh my god, so this is how it feels to die. Because I watched some of the show myself. Why would you torture yourself like that? The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of tosh. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around. Oh dear, this is most troubling, but surely the waxwork the man stole has nothing to do with the coroner, does it?
Hold it!
Why would you assume that?
Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with that woman, does he?
True, as it stands, we don't know of any connection.
Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow they had a mutual interest in the waxwork.
Romantic?
A woman of high society as such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know.
Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to.
One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there.
This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for.
If that woman... that's the woman's stance. Then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. Okay, so that's something to keep in mind. You're just jealous because you work at Noir as a voice actor. Never thought about making a Cat Noir, Ladybug Cat Noir. No! I don't want to be the... I don't want to be the Cat Noir's voice actor. I've had my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. What sort of problems? Let's just say we have a run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to... But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Wait, hold on. Oh, he is not happy about that.
Excuse me.
You're smiling your lie. Nuh-uh. Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Ottermole? Who you calling a mass murderer? Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we can move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. Clearly you do. Back in my day, back in the good old days, it wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. And by Jove, we've earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you? No one would have called the coroner into question in them days. Coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name into it. She was the best of the best. The apple of... Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Her maiden name? So that was before she was married. Of course, yep. Silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Anyway, the point is, those were the great days of policing, not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Well, yes, but I don't see why not. Okay. She was Dr. Courtney Stevens back then, when I knew her. A legendary coroner, even then. Okay. She was legendary, was she? What did you say? That woman is still the best coroner of the land. Head of forensic science the forensic science investigation team. Legendary was your description, sir, not mine. Rubbish. That word never passed my lips. I'd never describe anybody that way, ever. Not even if they were still in the game. I think the point you're trying to make is that Dr. Scythe is an extremely talented coroner. Would that be fair? It would. If it weren't for that fact, that they're trying to drag that legendary woman's reputation through the mud. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that legendary. Okay. Wait. It's most troubling, but surely the waxwork has something to do with the coroner, does it? Alright, wait, hang on. What do I have with me so far? Oh, that's right. We got this from Sholmes earlier. Let's say again. Oh, that's why the name is significant. So this relates to the
to the mass murder who the waxwork is based off of. So the waxwork has nothing to do with the coroner, except it does. Nah, what do you mean nah? Bro, you don't even know what's going on. Courtney is innocent. I disagree. You haven't even seen Courtney on screen yet. I don't know what you're talking about. So I think it's these two.
Objection.
You cheated.
No, those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel? So, juror number 2.
Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you?
I presume that you heard what juror number 6 had said in his statement. It's brought to light that the maiden name of the coroner, Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before.
Well, naturally, as a woman of society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But oh golly, I'm afraid I fail to see what you mean.
Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens. And throughout that name, the coroner is very definitely linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it.
My goodness, evidence you say? How utterly enthralling.
Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murder known as the Professor. It's the killer report.
Take that!
I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person betrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professor's? But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gave few details. But what's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens.
Oh my, Courtney Stevens.
Strike a light! It appears that the Professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Driver was very deliberately stole the waxwork of the Professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't in fact resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all.
And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events?
Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the Professor's case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover. Between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Enoch Drebber.
Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further.
Nice. That's one down. Quite right. We can't let this trial come to an end now. Nor will there still a cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. And that's 2. Tipping the scales just a little bit. Okay, it's the Professor. That's what links the swindler to the coroner. Okay, so as we pressed U, so let's start off with you again. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Dov is guilty and the one not defendant. What do you mean? What did I do? But you claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. That I did. But there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry? I grant you, given that the birdcage appeared from a distant explosion, there would have been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit would at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're gonna make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence. Without that, it's just not science. I suppose we should expect nothing less from a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. Perhaps that means that his mind could be changed if we manage to present us suitable evidence. Okay. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside the birdcage. Can I produce it or not? Let me go through what I have real quick. Wait. Oh, that's right. I remember. Okay, last week we actually found this piece of glass. I don't think I actually looked at it. But it was inside the Waxworks pocket. This piece of glass is almost as thick as it is wide. Yes, I've never seen anything like it. If you compare it to a human, only Mr. Sholmes has such thick skin. There's really no need for such a comparison, Mr. Narhodo, as you well know. Anyway, it can only be from the Crystal Tower, surely. Yes, I think so too. It was probably made especially to meet the demands of that great structure. Okay. Yeah, let's see, it doesn't say that. Yeah, it was found inside the folds of the clothing of the Professor Waxwork. It appears to be from the Crystal Tower. Okay, so yeah, we can prove it. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir. Oh? I must warn you that I firmly believe that it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. I do have some evidence that proves the Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Namely, the crystal shard.
Take that!
What's that? A piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the Waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass though. It's very thick, and clearly made for extra strength. Much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. The Crystal Tower... Holy smoke! Exactly. The centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. From whence this small piece originated. Is that it? Precisely. So, what do you say? Now that the clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you. Well, as I said, only trust men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. How big is the birdcage? Sheesh. I can show you real quick. This is what it looked like. Yeah, so this is the birdcage, and apparently, yeah, a whole person could fit inside this thing. So it's pretty big. It's pretty big. In light of what you show me here, yes, I feel obligated to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. Alright, the presence of the piece of glass leaves me in a little doubt that the Waxwork was inside the birdcage. Okay.
Hold it!
That's a dump cage. What does that even mean? Thank you for reconsidering your position, sir. Your words are misplaced, boy. My opinion is governed by logic and science and nothing else. Yes, science is where you should direct your words of gratitude. Ah! What's the matter with you? Too good to say some words of thanks to the mother of all academic subjects? What is about scientists, honestly? Using someone without right evidences is not a proper job, so yeah, I won't have it.
Hold it!
I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into the courtroom with you? Colonel Cobb? He's growing back on the farm. Picked him off on my way to town. He's a proper nibbler, he is. Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe it could wait until after the trial? Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever have someone big to decide, the Colonel is always pointing me to the right direction, you see. You're talking about your cob of corn? Guilty, not guilty, out. Guilty, bubble, there is no way that... Oh my god. How many? Perhaps is akin to fortune-telling with flower petals like people do back home. That's Colonel Cobb to you, dog. No, I will not respect the corn, actually. So Professor Hairbrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. That's rough. Could you at least wait until we've had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? Oh, I don't know about that. My tum's awfully full already. Amazing. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that birdcage, but on the other hand, it explains a lot. If there really was a reason why the particular waxwork had to be used as Asman's double, we must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this, but it's the most puzzling part of it too. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean while trying to change the jurors' minds. If you can read a book whilst eating a rice cracker, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you could do this. Right, yes. Okay, wait, so let's go back to... So this is a statement we had changed. The presence of the piece of glass leaves me in little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside the birdcage. Okay, let's compare to this other one. Let's see, do I have any... Let's look at what else we got. We also got the contract. We haven't used this yet, so I don't think we used that just yet. I mean... But hang on, what'd you say again? Without evidences, but he's saying that it would have been inside the birdcage, and that we do have evidence for it. So I think this is it. Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer to, counsel? If you could put your corn down for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? Yes, put Colonel Cobb down, please. You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence. But the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Of course you don't. Of course you don't. If I could interject here. Please do, sir. Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me, as a man of science, not to pursue the matter further. Hey, we got the scales evenly split. Well, me too then. Sorry? If this brainy gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb, or anyone who's got something between their ears. Yeah, the corn has agreed with us, thank God. Maybe that's what respect of the corn gets us. Success, if you could call it that. Barely. Thank you, counsel, that will do. As a result of the summation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now called guilty, against 4 who called not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue. We We did it! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. A waxwork of the despicable professor, used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. Yeah, you still haven't won the trial. It's the small victories, alright? You gotta win some battles before you win the war, after all. Yeah, we didn't win. Where's my corn? You're not getting any corn, Fergie. And no, I did not cheat. We didn't even win yet. We just survived. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe. And I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? Madame Tuspels. I really thought that Lord Van Zieks would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as a witness, with immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. Ooh, what does he mean by that? The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare for her taking the stand. Madame Tuspels, yes. I shall see to it at once, my lord. Alright. That's the first part down. But we are not done yet.
You cheated.
Oh my god, I'm just saving my game. I'm going back in. This case ain't over yet. 24th October, 11:53 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Ah, the Knight Errant himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator at least. Cheating, gotta do it save list now. We're not doing the whole run. No, what if I gotta take a break? I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look anything like any professor I've met before. Who even is he? Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heartfelt sympathies. That put the game to sleep. No, that's not how that works. As it turns out, Lord Van Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from university in the dock. And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life makes an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper failed to foresee that kick in the teeth. Extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes, in what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Van Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to that case somehow. Yes, in fact, I, alone, am not a member of the set. Though that leaves me as an empty set, alone with no intersection to any other.
Excuse me.
Oh, hello. There's Courtney. Dr. Scythe! Dr. Courtney Scythe. D. Stevens. Good day to you.
Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you.
What in particular, pray?
You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you?
Why would you assume such a thing?
Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell nothing but corpses and disinfectant.
A policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe, and I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened.
That certainly won't be possible.
So his name is Herlock Sholmes? Yeah, they had to change it. For obvious reasons.
Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it.
Lord Strongheart?
The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. Please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice. I've always fought for crime in the way I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you.
Bye.
She meant it too. This Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean?
There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it to or not.
Huh?
Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits.
I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much.
Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of this trial, the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
Alright, well, I understand. Thank you.
Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I should be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth.
What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bit about whatever may come to pass. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. Alright. What we got? 24th October, 12:40 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to be able to continue?
The prosecution is ready, my lord.
Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As the court is aware, the case under scrutiny began with a damaging incident of the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. This trial has certainly defied all explanation.
As seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord.
So then, Let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion of the waxwork was coordinately involved in this matter. Lord Van Zeeks. Expectation that listen. My lord. Are we still waiting for the arrival of Madame Tuspels? Not at all. She's in the antechamber as we speak, and ready to be summoned. Very well. Bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. If Mr. Trevor is responsible, and as I'm sure he is, it means that he must have had an accomplice in Dr. Scythe. What connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between those otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present, it's all we have to go on. State your name and occupation for the court, please. Is that Holmes's head? My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I am a waxwork artisan, and the proprietress of Madame Tuspels' Museum of Waxwork. You have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Oh my, what expression is she carving out onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oui, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model? Kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I've just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, that is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. Adi Osman. But of course, I know him well. He's part of my audacious personages exhibit. Blah. I detest to say what is evident, but Mr. Asman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very similar. Are you suggesting that we should now see the damasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it's strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd. Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath the mask. But clearly, it won't be on that of the actual killer. Indeed. The man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in a closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a repository of tawdry exhibits could get its hand on that information. Quel dommage. It would seem that you are unaware of this Tuspel's principles. What principles? The family Tuspels has always prided itself on sculpting its models a la perfection. So the professor is Jack the Ripper. Essentially, kind of. Except this guy, the professor was targeting like nobles, and only targeting those types of people. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. There's a well-known legend about the Tuspels waxwork from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspels family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Oui, that is true.
It was a century ago now. I believe the Queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death. Actually, at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today at the House of Horrors. We Dispels will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects.
Dear me, a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose.
Is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations.
Do you mean to say that beneath that mask?
That is the true visage of the killer here. The killer is there.
This is ludicrous. It's out of the question.
The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain.
Just like Sherlock Holmes.
As a result, the Madame Tuspel's special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer, emerging from his own grave, is a sight to behold. You should come.
I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation. Guillotine. Guillotine. Okay. Oh, you know, I've heard people say it both ways. I'm like, I don't know which one's right. I'm just gonna go with either one.
With pleasure.
Okay, the professor's waxwork.
The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on the rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tuspel's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger, and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before interment. I hid myself until he gave me the signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered.
Honestly, you're the first person to yeah, I guess it would be guillotine. The gravedigger. The man sanctioned this.
I would do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance of my family's celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh?
So you truly saw it. The face of that monster. Oh yeah, he's pissed. He's pissed because the professor killed his brother.
Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tuspels would not be Tuspels if we did not insist on absolute fidelity to our sculptures.
I don't believe this. I myself have seen this special exhibit at your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene, in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave.
The scene it depicts was the very subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago.
Man, Vincey's still a dick. I mean, he still hates our guts. Only because it's like he thinks we're like naive as all hell, but I don't think he's technically like a bad dude. He has a lot happening right now. Like his best friend's on trial right now. That like the professor we're trying to defend. Like we're redigging up a case that involved his brother's death. He probably has a lot going on right now.
I have here a newspaper from the time. The special exhibit was based on the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it.
Okie dokie.
Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoyed absurdity, monsieur. That's why I reproduced the scene carefully as possible in my museum.
And it's a waxwork from the exhibit that was stolen some days ago before the incident at the Great Exhibition, was it? Sorry.
That's correct. The professor you see before you here.
Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Trevor to Dr. Scythe, and there has to be some reason for that, which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Trevor were in on this crime together. Okay, I think I already know what I need to ask about. So, like, she mentioned she waited there at the cemetery, but we know that the other model that was there, like the grave digger, that was actually Trevor himself. Hey, myself also gave me the signal. I was there for a very long time that night. You were there longer than you expected to be? I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadaver fell open, and I had some problems with the chin. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impression of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It's because of rigor mortis. Really mortis? It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. As the Mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open. It's very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about the information the court just heard from Madame Tuspel's. It's significant. Of course it is. The information about the rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it into your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course. I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. This is no time for jokes, Mrs. Ito. Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Oui, sir. Please stop with the French words. It took me a very long time because it was the onset of rigor mortis. Rigor mortis being the phenomenon that you described, whereby the corpse becomes stiff after death. I think you said it starts at the jaw, about 3 hours post-death. Is that right? Oui. Oh my god, stop! Of course, the exact duration depends a little on the season. I didn't realize a waxwork artisan would be so well versed in the subject. No. That is only elementary knowledge in the field of legal medicine. Well, I had no idea about it. Maybe I won't admit to my ignorance about a forensic scientist. I could ask my father to give you a very simple primer if you like. I think corpses should be your domain. I'm not good with them. Be nice to Mommy Tuspels. Oh my god. First we got Assassin calling Takemi mommy, and now we got and now Asbel's dead. We have too many moms in here. Oh dear, I'll do my very best. Okay, so it's got to be something on that statement. So let me see what you said exactly. Okay, what do we got? Let me look at the autopsy report. Okay. Nothing about time of death there exactly. Oh right, we didn't look at this. I can take away my magnifying glass if I want. Okay, so there has to be something that we've missed. Well, I'm not exactly sure what. Trying to see if any of the Mr. Ripper's dreadful encounter. Wait, it says right there his name. Can't we just use that? Because right now I'm not seeing how much else that we could. Let's see what she's got to say about the other stuff, actually. Kind of jumped the gun. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. And what rumor would that be? A 10-year-old tale now. One that no Londoner would ever forget. Alright, I know just what you're talking about, I think. Of course, it couldn't be anything else. Yes, that story will never disappear. The tale of the condemned killer rising from the dead. That is the central attraction of my House of Horrors. The rumor was whispered all over the city, and it was like this. It was in Nugget Cemetery behind the prison, in the dead night after the execution of the killer. The interred professor slid back into the stone slab covering his tomb and emerged from his grave. A young man who witnessed this felt a scream welling up inside of him. But an instant later, he heard an ear-splitting gunshot from over his shoulder. The bullet struck the emerging corpse, and he fell motionless once more. The scream finally felt its way from the mouth of the young witness, who turned and ran for his life. The corpse climbed out of his own grave? And then somebody shot him? Who was it? Nobody knows, even today. But remember, it was just a rumor. Perhaps nothing more than a ghost story. The good people of London, they love stories like this. That's why it was in every newspaper across the capital. But it was just a story? I mean, this is the exact scene that can be seen today at your museum, isn't it? The special exhibit was modeled on that very illustration. For a while afterwards, the contents of the article were reproduced in every newspaper imaginable. Madam, might I say something? Please go ahead, mademoiselle. When something described as a rumor, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's entirely made up. I believe that often rumors contain elements of the truth. Ah, I see that people from the East can be just as astute from the people of Europe. Can we be sure, for instance, that the professor's execution was successful? It's not possible for the dead to come back to life. Sorry? 10 years ago, I was there in Nugget Cemetery.
After the criminal known as the Professor was killed by hanging, I took a waxwork impression of his visage from the corpse just before it was interred. So I can assure you that the man was dead.
I see. It would certainly appear that the condemned man suffered the intended fate. Ooh. Impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance with the Tuspel's family principles. Is that true for every waxwork in your museum, then?
It is, assuming that the subject is dead, of course. Live subjects have to cooperate in a similar way. I have letters from imprisoned criminals all the time, you know.
What sort of letters?
When my time comes, please make me a waxwork of me.
Go there. No!
My museum is famous, monsieur. To be made into a waxwork is an honor, and for some criminals, a symbol of status even.
Because nothing says hardened criminal better than wax.
And thanks to one killer in particular, my museum has gained such popularity in London. I refer to the star of the special exhibit, of course, the Professor,
whose form you've claimed to have captured by taking an impression of the actual corpse.
There are no exceptions to the principles of the Tuspels.
Enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. Okay. Surely that's illegal, isn't it?
It would seem the proprietors of this repository of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with money. The man is a part of London's criminal history. That's why I had to sculpt him, to record his history. It's the reason...
French
of the Tuspels Museum.
Hell, if the man was convicted in a close court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody but the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity.
I assure you, behind the mask is hidden the true face of the Professor.
Do you realize what you're saying? The Professor's identity is a national secret. Oh, my throat.
I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close.
Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you do not tread very carefully, madam. A national secret that I wish to know.
That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think. Don't you?
No, we're not going to show his face. At least not yet. That's like for another 2 cases. So then 10 years ago, on the night of the Professor's execution, you took a waxwork impression of his face from the corpse?
Oui, exactement.
Okay. As dawn approached, I was very worried I could be discovered. You say that dawn was approaching? What time of day was it? What was the time of day then, approximately?
Well, I could not say. But when I left the cemetery with my utensils and wax, the morning light was becoming visible. The execution took place on 17th June, which had the earliest sunrise of that year.
Dawn was approaching. I am the storm that is approaching. Indeed it did. First light would have been around 4:40 in the morning. That really is early.
The fact is, I had very little time, so I finished up my work in a half hour.
Marry me, mommy. Oh my god, you guys are out of control.
It was necessary to complete the impression and bury the body before daybreak, of course. If somebody had discovered me there, it would have been a catastrophe, so I had to hurry.
Is it me, or does Mr. Sholmes seem to be taking shape more quickly now, too? You certainly appear to go extraordinary lengths for your work, madam.
I wonder, is what she said particularly significant?
You're lousy!
Nuh-uh. It was significant. Madam, those details about how long it took you to complete the sculpture and the early sunrise, could you include them in your testimony? I believe that they may be significant. Of course, if you would like me to. You're quite right, Mr. Naruhodo. It is intriguing. A sunrise at 4 in the morning would be absolutely unimaginable at home, wouldn't it? That's not quite what I meant by significant. Kindly amend your formal testimony then, madam. With pleasure, my lord. So I heard to finish my work before in a half hour before the sunrise. Then I left as soon as the corpse was interred. Did you have reason to believe that you might be discovered once the sun came up or something? I had paid the gravedigger money to keep my little secret, of course. But with the morning light, I knew that the warden from the prison would commence his patrol of the area. Couldn't you just have paid off the warden then, too then? I already paid the gravedigger, as I said. You cannot buy the silence of everyone, or the secret is no longer a secret, huh? The sunrise was at 4:40 a.m. that day, which means it would have been around 4 when you began sculpting your work. That must be correct. That would be when the gravedigger gave me the signal to come out of hiding. So, that's all I have to go on. What's your feeling, Mr. Naruhodo? For some reason, Dr. Scythe went along with Dr. Drever's plan. Now, if that's really true, the professor is the only other thing we know of that links the pair of them. So I feel sure that the waxwork must be the clue to this mystery somehow. In that case, we must use this cross-examination to uncover exactly what it means. Otherwise, the jurors are sure to revert their leanings, and the trial will be over. I agree, but interestingly, uncovering what the professor has to do with all this means more to Lord Van Zieks than anyone. That's the impression I'm getting anyway. Yes, as do I. After all, he has a profound connection to the professor as well. Okay, so going back to here... wait. Oh, wait. Actually, hold up. So, we basically confirmed that she had to, make the model soon after the body was dead, right? But the amount of time, the time she was making it was like 4:40 in the morning. But she only had to have 3 hours to do it. And it says Hayne confirmed at midnight. I see. So right here then.
Objection.
There we go. That's it. Madame to spells. 4:40 a.m. Yeah, wait, did I say p.m.? No, 4:40 a.m. That's when she started carving it. I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And? Is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. Quoi? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Tuspels was creating her waxwork impression just before dawn. And at that time, rigor mortis has not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he could not have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Sai's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. Hey, the cute witch is back. Yeah, and people are already calling her mommy. And I'm glad to see you're back in court again. Just want to pop and say, hey, I'm super busy, so I gotta keep lurking. That's fine. Hope you're having a good time at work, bro. Thanks for popping in. No. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would have already set in.
Yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff.
In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the time of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. Dom, you killed people, I'm so proud. I did not! The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Order! 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 Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of the staff of Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck, extraordinary. Not in my day.
Objection!
My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question.
He did. Of course he did. I removed that man's limp jaw with...
Yes, the professor died that night. But what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link. Oh, I get it. I don't know how they did it, but they said that. So the whole thing with the professor like popping up out of the grave, I think it actually happened, and they mentioned that someone shot the body. But what if that was actually when he died, when someone shot him? Oh. He was still alive in the grave. That's crazy. No way. It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, between the professor, and that one other person of interest. No refunds, not my problem. I have evidence that would explain exactly what I'm suggesting that happened that night. Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of Professor's execution. I think we present the 10-year article, right? Yeah, I think it's this.
Take that!
Alright, break's over. Back to work. Have a good day at work, John. What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. No refunds needed. It doesn't matter, bruh. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now. Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor assumed dead following his execution emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool. That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed.
Was we, the young man who stole into the cemetery by that chance at that night?
Of course there was a witness, but the story didn't write itself. But obviously the man made it all up. In any case, that was 10 years ago now. There would surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen the utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now, then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of the staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago? That is... Where is he at? Oh, there he is.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber. The previous witness? The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tuspel's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Order, order, order! Surely not, Counsel. Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery.
What is all this talk about Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant?
Of course, Madame Tuspel doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam, to your situation as well, in fact.
What situation?
The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man.
No, but that would mean...
Madame Tuspels, it would appear that you know the name Enoch Drebber.
Yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past.
What?
Oh my.
Good gracious! Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he had witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout the Great Britain. However, in all the articles, the witness was described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from one newspaper. The Daily Circus is a paper from which comes from the article I have already shown the court. You're saying that his full name was publicized in that article?
Goodness me, yes, here it is. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable.
When I read the article, I wanted to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make for a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not.
I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you?
Exactement. He was studying the science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork, and since that time, it's been in my museum to recreate the scene of the terror from the cemetery.
Wow. So, 10 years ago, a man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who'd been put to death, re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, astonishingly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork build is a poor match for the victim, its face is obscured by the mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but the same waxwork. The coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted this autopsy report for the victim, which the court had seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name to a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who is still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Ah. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out how exactly the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. But according to the missive I've received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She told us so herself, didn't she? Yep. Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor's case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Something happened on the night of the killer's execution 10 years ago. Surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zieks. The prosecution calls for the instructions in the missive to be scrapped. Oh? But Lord Van Zieks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on the policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Let Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Order, order, order! Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a supporter with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe with other forensic investigation team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, Enoch Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, then this crime could have never been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away, I could feel it. The truth behind all this is about to come out. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zieks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, as long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgrunts, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end. I would as any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. The model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? according to the newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Trevor, wasn't it? If what you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality, it would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Trevor, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance actually, can't you? With the man in Madame Spells, I mean.
You cheated.
Yeah, listen, we're about to get him. I think we're on the tail end of this case. Bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. What an interesting twist. When at the time, not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in a court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. So, Mr. Trevor, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. Alright, cemetery 10 years later. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery at all 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in the newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realize I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. And then I gave up my dream on becoming a scientist. And it was all because of that newspaper article. Wait a minute. You're claiming you didn't actually see the professor now? Of course, you'd have to be a screw loose. Have to have a screw loose if you believed a corpse would come back from the dead. But so, you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Trevor and Dr. Scythe would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness, you claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Lowgate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, I had a reputation of being haunted by the ghost of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes. Exhibiting fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Of course, I've never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you're one of so-called resurrectionists. A particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Proposerator, That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. Caused me a great many headaches.
In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah yes, that was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I had done, claiming to have seen something I had never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination now. At once, my lord. Alright, let's do this. The reason I was in the Nugget Cemetery almost 10 years ago was the spot of moonlighting, shall we say. What do you mean moonlighting? Tell me more. By moonlighting, you mean grave robbing, do you? Surely you need only look at the grave scene and my appearance to gauge the answer to that. The lantern and spade. But who on earth would want to buy a dead body? Any major hospital. A hospital? In order to better understand the human body, the study of anatomy is crucial to medical science. But there isn't a hospital in the world that has enough specimens to work with. Though obviously they can't express any interest in obtaining any more by dubious means. As inspiring scientists, we young research students had no money to work with, as I'm sure you can imagine. So we made surreptitious arrangements with the hospital via some of our medical student acquaintances. We would never take anything of value from the graves. That was all for the furtherance of science, you see. That's what we told ourselves every time we stole into the graveyard at night, spade in hand. You realize body snatching is a very serious crime. If you were caught, you could expect the gravest of consequences. We students were caught between the hammer and the anvil. We needed funds for research. Professor Hairbrain said the exact same. I'm quite speechless at the apparent levity which we reserve this abhorrent behavior. Well, if you want to know why I was at their Nugget Cemetery, that's the reason. But I never expected it to end the way it did. That I regret to this day. Yes, the illustration in the newspaper was based on what I witnessed that night. The strange happening at Nugget Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police the same. You know, I was shaking like a leaf. But they didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I was very near arrested myself. So you went to the papers instead? I started big, with the London News, but unsurprisingly they didn't want to know either. In the end though, it was the reporters from the gossip rags, the gutter press, that came to get my story. And it spread like the plague throughout the capital, as gossip-hungry Londoners lapped up the tale. The story was in every single paper at the time, with the exception of some broadcasts. Yet only 2 and 3 of them actually interviewed me personally. Most of the accounts turned out to be very interpretive ghost stories. What about the article in the Daily Circus? That particular journalist found me at my dormitory. I don't know how, but he discovered my name. So I recounted to him exactly what had happened that night. And from your description, he drew this illustration? Precisely. That's how I learned that the condemned man was the infamous professor. Because the reporter told me so. I had no idea myself, you see. Newspaper reporters won't to snoop around in matters that don't concern them. The scene portrayed in the illustration is accurate, then. Well, thinking back now, I realize I never actually saw the professor at all, though. What are you talking about? I think I explained already, didn't I? Logate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So it was renowned among us students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. For some absurd reason, I was scared of the graveyard at night. And then as a result, only too unwilling to believe that nonsense about the dead coming back to life. But you said you actually saw it. I said what I'd seen in my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is simply impossible, isn't it? You have to be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any material evidence that we could show that he actually really did see the professor? If you have anything at all, Mr. Naruhodo, I know. I need to present it against that irritatingly backtracking statement of his. The point is, that night was a pivotal moment in my life. Soon after, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. The young woman being Madame Tuspells, of course. Precisely. I must say, I didn't expect her to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article and I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Ah, oui. I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day. I'm not even gonna try on that one. Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madam? His camera. Ah. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me wherever I made my excursion. Learn French. Never want to learn French. French is, listen, learning any new language for me is hard as all hell, alright? It's not easy. You took a camera with you, sir? To what end? To record the details of the body I had disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again that night, so I sold it. I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It's part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I'm very meticulous about such details. It's the Tuspells way. It seemed then, this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him at Logate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. Yep, and camera got even more updated. Actual camera Mr. Drebber had with him in the cemetery. When lens is extended, dark staining can be seen in the bellows. Gave my dream of becoming a scientist, it was all because of that newspaper article. Hold it! This article, you mean? Published in the Daily Circus? Yes, somebody informed the dean that it was my name that appeared in the article. And carelessly let slip the other night I was digging up graves. Hardly a model student, you might say. The university's reputation was incredibly defiled. I was expelled as a result. Mon Dieu, I had no idea. Having been thrown out of the university, yet you found employment in a somewhat specialist trade. You combine your knowledge of science with the knowledge of stage magic. to create various experimental machines intended to demonstrate never-before-seen technology, and you use those deceptive machines to trick the government and private investors into giving you money. Professor Albert Harebrane was just your latest victim, wasn't he? Whatever are you talking about? I have no recollection of doing anything of the sort. What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder if perhaps it's because of the circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he missed having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, if exposed a secret in Dr. Sai's past she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course! If Drebber and Dr. Sai are working together now, then if Mr. Drebber were to betray her, there would be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. I have to prove he really did see it. Proof he really did see the corpse coming out from the back from the dead as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Narhood, exactly. So I think it's going to be the camera, because the camera's the only thing that got updated in that whole thing. The thing is, like, which statement do we put it on? Alright. Spot of moonlight, shall we say. Illustration in the newspaper was based on what I witnessed that night. Getting back to it now, I never realized I ever actually saw the professor at all, though. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman sculpting a model made from wax. And I gave up my dream because of that newspaper article. Okay, so it's one of these statements. Ah. Which one? Which one are you talking about? Yeah, you just said that one. Which statement? Yeah, let me actually... Statement 3. Thinking back on it now, I realized I never actually saw the professor, though. That could be it. Hang on, let me make sure we investigated everything on this camera. We did find bloodstains on it. Okay, so that's already checked off. Yep, okay, it looks like that's everything. Realize you never actually saw the professor. I mean, I think I get the logic you guys are talking about. So I think you're trying to say, like, he took a picture of it, essentially, and, like, didn't leave empty-handed. And I think that might be correct. Well, let's give it a shot. Camera...
Objection!
Oh, that's not correct. Surely something about that last statement seems odd. Oh, I think you're full of shit. Ah, oh, god damn it. Alright, well, that wasn't it. Oh, wait. No. It actually might be this. Because remember, the camera is in the exhibit. Like the actual camera itself. So I think it might be this one.
Objection!
Oh, no, wait, it's not. Oh my god, I'm... This is not good. Okay, I mean, it has to be the like, what are we missing? What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and reach against his claim? Maybe not the camera? I mean, I thought it would because it's like the only thing that updated in our like a thing. Okay, hang on. Because, yeah, we found a blood stain in here, right? I think? This is where the photographic plate goes, I think. Isn't it? Yes, that's right. Isn't it incredible to think that the camera Mr. Drebber used that night? I never imagined a piece of evidence would be on display at Madame Taspel's. Very keen on keeping everything as true to life as possible, though, isn't she? Okay. Then we open it from the front. I think that's where we found... What a wonderful machine. You really love contraptions like this, don't you? Oh yes, anything mechanical I find absolutely irresistible. Almost irresistible, surely? Well, whenever I see a pocket watch, for example, I can't help myself. I had to take it apart. That's worrying. Yes, Father tells me that the time... by the rumblings of his stomach now. He's given up on a watch. Poor Professor Mikitova. Then we also have these, Look, Mr. Arhodo, what is it? Annabelle is just here. There seem to be some very dark stains. Oh, you're right. Looks like blood, actually. Oh my. I'm sure it's not what you're thinking. So we have this blood stain. I mean... So I thought our logic was going to be like, oh, we found blood on the inside of the camera, like when it was out, so he must have like taken a picture or something. Oh wait, no, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. Maybe we have to go back real quick. Hold on. Okay, let's see what he said again. Okay, by moonlight you mean grave robbing. Appears of that. The electric spade. I think this happened before, where I had to press everything and then I had to go back and like see if anybody react to it. Hospital. Medical science, even though I was at the research scientists have no money. You would never take anything of values for graves. Okay. Body snatching is a serious crime and you're going to jail. Plus your hairbrain is exactly the same. Okay, that's the reason. Okay, nobody reacted on that one. Wait, he said he never actually saw the professor. What are you talking about? I think I explained it already, didn't I? Go to prison. What was for escaped convicts? For some absurd reason, I was scared to go as a result. All too willing to believe that nonsense about the coming down. You said you actually saw it, yeah. I see my mind's eye. After all, resurrection is possible. You'd be unhinged to think otherwise. Unless, of course, you have some evidence that proves I encountered the professor that night. I don't know. Is there any evidence that you really did see the professor? Point is, that was a pivotal moment of my life. It's the range happening at Lowgate Cemetery, which you now deny. Not entirely. I ran to fetch the police at that time. I was shaking like a leaf. They didn't believe a word of it. In fact, I nearly arrested myself. That's what I said they didn't want to know either. I actually have no idea. I'm stumped. I have 100k points. Congratulations! I don't know what's going on. Okay. Yeah, nobody's reacting to it. I would have for sure like Dr. Scythe would have come in. She's been like quiet throughout this whole thing.
Hold it!
The young woman being mad to spells, of course. Precisely, I must say I didn't expect to run into Nugget 10 years later. Explain, I went a bit. Found the man. The circus, he said. Sports student at the time with barely a appendage in my name. I got no clue. Do you? I say I can't remember. What was it, madam? His camera. Oh yes, I made take it with me wherever I went. I know so I sold it. Theme. This is a very complex, very camera administrator too. Yeah, and we already looked all over the camera.
Hold it!
Yep, this article. He got expelled. What the hell? I'm so befuddled. What are you talking about? I've never collected anything of the sort. I'm so lost. This is something else. Is there anything we got? Okay, I think I've explored the... Oh wait, no. I have not explored this lock. This lock does not look very strong, does it? There's definitely no way you can remove the mask if you put it on you. Bleh. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it sort of makes me livid, actually. Let Mr. Naruto, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. Wait. He said he never saw the professor. But this illustration is supposedly accurate. He literally sees him right there. Whoa. Is it this?
Objection!
There we go. Sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim. You did see the professor that night, 10 years ago. Oh dear. We seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article. I was right, not okay. Yeah, I thought he took a picture of it, but I guess he didn't. Was drawn based on what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago. It was decided in a closed court's ruling that the man would wear a mask to hide his identity. But it was to be removed even during his execution and the subsequent burial. Not even prison wardens were to see the man's face. But obviously, the provision of this mask was not made in public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just just heard. A lowly student of the University of London certainly would have known about the condemned mask. Would have been removed for burial? Apparently not. So unless you actually seen the professor that night, it's inconceivable that the artist would have been included in the mask in the mask in the illustration. Order, order! Well, Mr. Drebber. A vile scene, isn't it? If you look closely. As I've explained, as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had it in my mind that I'd seen such a bug-curdling sight. But afterwards I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. You're saying you didn't see it? If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain how exactly your eyes deceived you. Of course, of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. Sometimes I can't tell with the writers that don't know history as well they do. Apparently no one who knows cadavers before we were had a bullet versus the sun. That's a lot of words. What I witnessed was a fellow grave robber at work.
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I was the only one busy at the cemetery at night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerge from the hole he dug, my heart very nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see. You're claiming it was just another student on an equally insalubrious business as yourself. Many medical students would wear metal masks to protect themselves from bacteria during dissections. Certainly the fellow was wearing such a mask to protect his anonymity. And yeah, that thing, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. Man's lies are so bad he could run for president. We might actually assume the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Yes, well, I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted later on by the reporter. Oh.
Excuse me.
Madame Tuspels, don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes.
Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? No, please take it on, Mr. Sholmes, please.
I thought it was a little strange, that's all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, non? Including the gunshot.
Stop!
You might want to watch your tongue, you know.
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. That's no way to speak to a lady. Gah.
Please, Madame Tuspels, carry on.
Of course.
It's okay, Tuspels almost lost your eyes.
According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man.
I said nothing of the sort.
Non, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask the figure was wearing. And the blood that splattered over you when he was shot.
Enough! Shut up, woman. You're making this all up. That will do. Mr. Drebber.
Yes?
You refute the account given by Madame Tuspels. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. I will not permit baseless accusations here in my courtroom. Blood on the camera. Okay, yeah, this is where the blood on the camera comes into play. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. There was no gunshot from behind me at all, nor splatting of any blood. Okay, I think I can present the camera, but just in case, let's see what he says here. Yet Madame Tuspels has testified that you told her about both of these details. Not true. I said nothing of the sort. With gear spinning on his hand, there's still no mechanical purpose. He's kind of out there. 10 years have passed. Without material evidence to the contrary, you have no grounds on which to question the witness's word. Ah! Tell me, Madame Tuspels. What exactly did Mr. Dripper say about the blood that apparently splattered on him? Alas, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure who was emerging from the tomb in the middle of the chest, in his heart. One dreadful sight after another. And since Monsieur Dripper was at the time facing towards the condemned man, the blood sprayed from the wound and splattered on his body. Oh, thank you, John. For some reason, the bot didn't get that one. That is what he told me. So, not an experience you would forget, is it? Precisely. And I didn't forget it, because, as I've already said, it never happened in the first place. He's clearly lying. If only had some evidence to prove it. We can't let him win, Mr. Naruhodo. So we mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small. Okay. So now is when we present the camera. There we go. This happened like an hour ago too, where I presented evidence that I need to present earlier, but I kind of jumped the gun because I didn't. I basically skipped a step 2 before doing step 1, which is something I majorly have a problem with in this game. I think too far ahead. Mr. Dripper, do you remember this camera? But that's the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It's the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Dripper. And is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. So that's why math teachers were forcing us to show our work to prepare us for Phoenix Wright games. I mean, I guess. Gotta show your steps, I guess. We notice that the lens extends forwards on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
What's that? There. Just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. Ugh. Got him. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting? Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a splatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would appear difficult to determine if it was human blood or not, and not the blood of some animal. God, I think my throat's killing me. I haven't done a case, like courtroom case in a while. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Tuspel's testimony was correct, and on that night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with the blood from the gunshot wound. Well, I And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. Gah. Gah. Oh, he lost his monocle again. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone. Oh? Yes, my lord, and clearly... it's the someone who doesn't want the truth to be about the professor coming back to life to be exposed. Well, Counsel, who is it then? Who is the witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night? Well, he kinda like gave it away by looking over to her, but yeah, it's Courtney's size.
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who had been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor. That would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection!
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What you're suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened. Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Objection!
Once a man is set to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain.
Objection!
But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of the misconduct would not stop the supervising coroner. It could taint up the entire honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose her secret, even if it meant being complicit in a crime. You mean... I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Ah! Ooh. Ah, there goes his leg on the desk again. Lord Van Zeeks! Pray forgive my freshly filled hollow chalice, and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Goodness me! It's just the sort of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, and a Scotland Yard cover-up, conspiracy to the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey is no place for wild fantasies. And have you ever considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman to such a criminal activity?
It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Quite. Hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some stage deception when there is so much at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who has already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting his death results in me not receiving a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and him, no? There is a contract, very true. The motive for this case runs deep. Oh, I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. The research grant was the aim. Taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Trevor's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? What was his motive then? What if Mr. Asman was the shooter? That could be a theory. Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury lose their patience with this whole charade. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? What if it was Lopez? I agree. How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to any more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright. Who exactly was Asman to Trevor? Vince doesn't want the truth, he just wants to win after what his brother went through. I don't know if that's truly the case. There's a connection there no one's seen yet. And I'm going to have to present 2 pieces of evidence to show what it is. Okay. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. So wait, hang on, let me see. Let me look at the contract real quick. Vestor as Audi Asman enters in the fund for the case machine. Okay, that's all standard what we read before. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Oh, no. I see. I get it. Trevor didn't want money. He just wanted to straight up kill Asman because look at who was responsible for ruining his life. Oh, the motive was revenge. It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago. And every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should have never been written. It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yeah, he's pissed. Ha. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when you consider alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence, which cross-referenced with the newspaper article, establishes the motive for the deed. That's the contract.
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Trevor, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What?
There's something very significant about this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Really? And it's that common link that shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. Adi Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between the newspaper article and the contract? Is the signature.
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belong to the same person. What? Ugh. As the court has heard, the illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witness and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature in the bottom. Let me see now. Good lord, yes, they're identical. In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. Adi Asman. Oh, he's done. Oh, he's cooked.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Mr. Asman? Well, if you think back, you'll remember that Mr. Drebber talked about the article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Wait, who's the defendant? The defendant is Professor Hairbrain. I can't pull up a profile. Oh, wait, no, I can. Yeah, this is the defendant. This is who we're representing. Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think I've suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus. Eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It caused me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with bad grace to identify me and ambiguously, I might add. To write it? I don't know. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article. At the time, you were a student at the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So, Mr. Asman used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? What are the odds? He did, my lord. In fact, it was widely held belief that Mr. Asman managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network, thanks to many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, but only in the shadows. And all because of that article, written by Mr. Asman. Enough. Stop this endless drivel about my life. What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it is true. I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student in science the facility was too poor to actually conduct any research. But they struggled on with their hypothesis anyway. We all did. Only to have them taken by vultures. Or just a costume, maybe both. Sooner or later, You knew your ideas would be stolen and maybe patented by some wretch or other. After all, good gracious, making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a select few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Lowgate was the best thing that could have ever happened to me.
Objection.
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do. Who better placed to know than whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you? And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine. If you think you have evidence, go ahead. Show it. What could you possibly disprove the idea that I was happy to leave the university because I lacked talent? But you got a trophy out of it. What do you mean, bro?
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. Oh, he pissed. This is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. As a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist who 10 years ago that ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. That's what Dom is gonna look like when he's double the price. Nuh-uh. I'm not gonna have a monocle on my face. The truth is... Finally, he's gonna fold. Oh. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim, on the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good Lord! Dr. Syed, do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day... Judge, why are you allowing this? Judge lets a lot of things slide in this room. When I arrived at the Crystal Tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. That memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again staring at me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. I noticed there was a note tucked away inside the model's jacket. Dr. Syed, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night 10 years ago. Blackmailed. All the instructions in there were in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made necessary altercations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now.
Why on earth would you buckle now?
Well, there's no point in trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out, even collaborate in murder. But the great lie about the execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished.
So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything.
Surely it goes without saying.
You admit your part in it too, then.
I admit nothing. At all.
What?
Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? Short of me admitting to a crime, there's no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong.
No! Yeah, he's still not folding. Order, order, order!
Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secrets, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Van Zieks?
Yes.
I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course.
I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum into which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, is Defendant Albert Harebrain.
Very true. It had slipped my mind.
Isn't he one of your closest friends? As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolving the defendant of any possible guilt.
You mean...
At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection?
None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You proven Professor Harebrain's innocence.
Without further ado, then, the education. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. Hooray, you did the thing! Yeah, we did it! Why does it feel like it's not over yet?
Hooray! I did the thing!
I don't know, this doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. But is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is...
we should just immediately take our win and leave. No, let's do the right thing for once in our life.
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon? We demand one final testimony. What? You do realize I'm about to educate in favor of your client, I presume?
What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer in his right mind would do that. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight.
Yes, one word of warning before I go. If in fact, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass.
I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in the court to advocate for my client. And to secure an acquittal. Oh my god, he said something not stupid for one. If this Ace Attorney was so good, how come Yeah, there is. I'm playing it right now, Schism. This is the greatest Attorney 2. This is the second game. Second game, case 3. How's it going, Schism? Obviously. But that's not all. I believe I have a duty to the court. To pursue the whole truth of this case. Until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Sai. Testimony from me? About what?
You cheated.
About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Enoch Drever. Ha! In case it escaped your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has been revealed, so stop wasting everyone's time. Nah. Has his lordship made it... You failed! Has his lordship made it very plain. Cheating allegations on trial. Nuh-uh, I have never cheated in my life. Your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point in protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Ya yeet! Pray forgive my careless handling of that hollowed bottle. I slipped. That definitely hit somebody in the head. That's what you call it? What is your objection, Lord Van Zeeks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid. If there is more to this case than has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You'll what? Lord Van Zeeks. This is the most irregular, to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. You what? Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court. Explain the full extent of your involvement with the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drever. Very well. Okay, they said this is the final cross-examination, so we're getting close. The waxwork plot. It all began at the scene where it saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the note's instructions, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. Okay. Okay, I want to know what happened that night 10 years ago. I want to see the professor's face. We're probably going to get there. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specifically designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously prepared. You did well to see through it. You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about the autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all? That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. That's what this case goes, so I can marry my mom. Bruh, how down bad are you? Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. We must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that the testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. Can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at the expression on Dr. Sai's face. Alright. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Can't help it. They were just... I would know... You ain't a lawyer. Very well. If you so desire, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Alright, let's wrap this up. So I began at the scene of the crime where I saw the waxwork and the note tied it. Well, what do you mean note? From what you described before, it sounded like the note was anonymous. Did you have any idea who was behind it? There was a very few people in the who were in the know about what really happened 10 years ago to start with. But anyway, I never heard of this engineer. So no, I had no idea. Yet despite not knowing who was behind the plan, you went along with it? I had no choice. Protect the professor's secret was my only concern. But the horse is bolted now, and the stable door will never shut again. Scotland Yard's reputation will be immeasurably damaged as a result of all this. Yes, thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm well aware of that. So as I understand it, what you found in the birdcage was the waxwork model. Where then was the victim's body? The actual body of the victim is indicated in the notes. Structures was beneath the experimentation stage. Okay, we know about that. So you knew about the special construction of the stage and used to carry out the trick then. It was quite obvious what happened with the victim and the waxwork. And you switched the two over, didn't you? In other words, you recorded the victim's body as having been discovered in the Crystal Tower, and the waxwork? I wrapped it up and sent it into the carriage to the specified address at the specified time. And why were you given such instructions? Presumably so it could be recovered by Drebber and returned to Madame Tuspel's. I see. And you put the birdcage back on the experimentation stage. Yes, although somebody obviously made a mistake about which cage should go where. I thought I made it perfectly clear to the team, but still. I suppose you were focused on the victim's body, that being more of an important detail. Okay. The body had to be arranged in a certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job.
Hold it!
When you say arrange, I presume you mean with this? Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of, fabricate some evidence to make it clear that the harebrain alone could have killed Asman. So you mean that was your doing? I fetched Harebrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage, and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor? I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular sort of deception. There was a void underneath the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down slowly, and opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. Ooh. And then you noted that fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. What is it, Mrs. Ito? Something about Dr. Sai's last statement? It's playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Sai! There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? What I want to supplement in your testimony with this is the cause of death, what she did to the victim. And what she did to the victim. How you stabbed Mr. Asman in the chest, that part. Fine, if that's what you want, but there's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs. Yes, very well. You will supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay on the top cage and plunged the screwdriver into the chest. Okay. So we gotta work with this statement somehow. Okay, that about checks out. It is in the chest area.
Hold it!
So it was you who stabbed Mr. Asman with this? Yes, far easier than dissection, I assure you. No precision required. What a welcome change. The victim died instantly from a snapped neck. All I did was carry out the instructions that I'd been given. As unflinchingly as ever, no doubt. I imagine you didn't bat an eyelid when you drove the weapon into his body. There was no need to bat my eyelids. And what else did you do to twist the facts? Remind the court, why don't you? If you wish. Okay. Oh, no, I did. I keep pressing the wrong button. I wanted to look over the evidence again. Come on. Okay, so stabbed in the chest. Yeah, I think it's either this or the screwdriver.
Objection!
Let me see where he's going with this. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, Counsel? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point. This seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There is an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph. Which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined the photograph in depth. There's nothing new we can learn from it.
Objection!
Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. Yep. Yeah, that's what I was thinking on. The plunge with, like, blood would splatter everywhere. But now we know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in the photograph do we see the alleged inconsistency with the statement? We point right at the stab wound.
Take that!
Look closely at the blood stain on the victim's chest. It clearly indicates a downward direction, towards the man's feet. What? And why is that significant, Counsel? If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Oh, of course. No, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made it very clear in her testimony just now that the point in which she stole Dr. Hairbrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion and the birdcage had fallen below the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after a 30-foot drop, and the victim would have really been stabbed in the chest. And if the victim had really been stabbed in the chest while inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. Yeah, it's going down. For it would have formed a latitudinal appearance, so we can see it in the picture, is inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, It must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. Yes, I was like wondering if this is really it. I'm like, I guess you could make a case for that. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified the contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a grand misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe, you claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the note he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. And you claim you authorized a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstain really tells us is there's only one possible answer. If that's the case, what is it, man? What is it, man? Counsel, you've clearly struck upon a revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Sai's story is shown to be a lie in the contradiction of her testimony? How she was coerced, the stabbing of the victim, the autopsy report. It's the stabbing of the victim. The answer very simple if you consider the sequence of events. The forensic team would have built a testimony for it. I guess we gotta keep the plot moving. If, when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound would seep downwards, as it did, we could be sure that the victim would have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible. The man was dead, remember? No, that's the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage to the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. He was still alive. Oh, but Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at that point in time, it changes everything. Ooh. Mr. Adi Osman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Enoch Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Grr. You proved Drebber innocent too. I mean, he still tried to kill him. Oh, he didn't actually do it though. Order, order, order! Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. You hope by admitting to being an accomplice to Mr. Drebber's scheme that the trial would end, before you were accused of a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder. Oh, do shut up. You're just so desperate now, you're making all this up. As if I would do something like that.
Objection!
I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Naruhodo has established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What? What do you mean? I would have thought it'd be obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason would I have to kill Mr. Asman? Mr. Asman was involved in a number of criminal activities, from coercion to theft to murder. But there's no known connection to Dr. Scythe there. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem rather far-fetched. True, there's no obvious motive, but there's still something in the back of my mind. I'm sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner had done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but the murdering someone for no reason is a very different story. Asman was shooter? That might be it. No, when you have questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seems strange, but we had no reason to suspect at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Sai would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. The iron mask, the scalpels, screwdriver. Well, definitely not the screwdriver, and not the iron mat. The scalpels? I'll be honest, I don't know where this is going, but it's the only thing that makes sense. It's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? Ah. It would appear that the word has struck a chord, Doctor. You. Come on, out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Oh, I forgot, because this was like a week ago. Look at this big, thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It was a record of forensic investigation team spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchases various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but, well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month. Oh. 500 scalpels a month? At first I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now that it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding, tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. 10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote about this article about Mr. Drever, he may have well stumbled upon the information he was researching the story. Information relating Dr. Sai's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean... I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago, but clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your dark secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What we had to keep covered up all these long years. This very little machine remains of it after it was ripped apart by the bomb. The truth of the case can never properly be established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, it's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done, and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I could certainly understand your bitterness and your consideration now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for.
to sever the hold that fate had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I mean, really. It's the adult brain mock scientists that are the worst, you know. They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. So they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypothesis, and their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Driver. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it. You admit it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim. Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future Mr. Asman's article deprived you of for 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it? Which was where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned convict you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events were all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model, in order to exact your revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Sy to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Mr. Asman turned up in my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. But, hang on, I'll be right back. No, I watched my clothes on. Sorry about that. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who handled that bogus autopsy, being appointed head of our new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own vials against him. For revenge. And having that rotten Scotland Yard catting out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had to suffer. Jeez, this case is a trip. Your actions against those who ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least, to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was a passion for his hypothesis, but you had no compunction about sacrificing his future to exact your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded as a failure and a fraud. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and others' misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this. Your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. I... Ooh. Lord Van Zeeks, what of Dr. Scythe? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted and she's been remanded into custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It's really hard truth to swallow. However, this is the topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Hairbrain. Oh, yes? It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sore details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you are absolved of all guilt. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. Me, this dedicated scientist, this devotee of national philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered above all a fool. Professor. I spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believed that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater than people than I. No, Professor. That's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You are not to blame in any way. Lord Van Zeeks, and the derision which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Oh. Thank you, Barack. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Yes, my lord. In this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused, I presume there are no objections? None for me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. What's that? He's done, is he? It's all over? I don't know what became of the yard these days. I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Hooray! Court is adjourned. It's over. That was some trial. October 4:33 p.m. The Old Bailey. Defendant's anti-favorite. No, I did not see it. No, I'm not the murderer. Shut up. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is. It is. Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain. Mr. Naruhodo, Mrs. Zato, I am truly
Truly. Beside myself with gratitude. How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's been all cleared up. You realize you were just caught up in a bad situation. Right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd given the whole lot to you, every penny. Well, that's very kind, but we don't need any financial reward. Your acquittal is more than enough. Oh dear. Oh, what can I do? Aha! How about this? As a memento, the paper about my hypothesis is inside. Well, just as a memento then, thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you gonna do now? Oh my, yeah, so what am I gonna do? My hypothesis and my great machine lie in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. Let's explore the Great Exhibition whilst I'm here too, and to see what if new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that. Oh. Oh hey, it's me. Lord Van Zeeks, what are you doing in here? Barack. I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You're like a great demon behind your bench there, gnawing down on your prey. You're one of the very few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution. Or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense. Did I just hear that right? I always knew that you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. You must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no, well, hold on a minute, Barack. What about the Great Exhibition? This is a great chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Yeah. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barack. Lord Van Zeeks? What's all this about? A necessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met with Lord Van Zeeks at his office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sights meet their ends days, or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. But of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent.
Damn down,
True.
damn down.
I return. Welcome back. We just wrapped up, Bean. True. And perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Barack. Like the mustached Nipponese, the man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing off to Germany at once. Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness, what's your intention all along then, Lord Van Zeeks? Court where people think of him as the Reaper. This man seems absolutely merciless, and yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Yes, right. Well then, Mr. Naruto. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. There he goes. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too. We have some matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get the sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The Enigma Barak Van Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes, then. Hello, Dom. Hello, Flurry. What's up? Sorry I had to come right to the end. We're actually almost done with this case. How you been? 24th October, 4:38 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. Hi. So, are you satisfied? You seem a genuine scientist from a great injustice. Dom cheated his case. I did not. No. I did not cheat. In fact, I got 2 things wrong. I was like, fumbled on the camera a bit. Miss you, buddy. Hope you're having a lovely stream so far. Yeah, I'm having a good time. Flurry, you ready for Jamboree to come out? Only one more week and a half. 10 more days. It's almost here next week, Thursday. Let's go. I got the day off specifically for that game. It's gonna be great. Yes, I think so. I'm relieved, at least, that the man's innocence could be proven. I was thinking about all this. I had that day off. Everyone's got that day off, and for good reason. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Yeah, Seth's been keeping safe. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now I think differently. You clearly know your ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led to your thorough dislike of my race? Will you tell me what happened, please? Now you can haunt Dom. No, he can't do that. He's basically Boo from Mario Party. He's gonna steal my stars and coins. The Professor. I thought I'd never hear that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint Van Zeeks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. Saw Dom was alive and had to pop in. Aw, well thanks for stopping by. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of the justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations too, then, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of the programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. I'll be hanging out, probably gonna play something to chill, take my mind off the day. Yeah, no problem. You go ahead and have a good time. Also, I don't know if you guys were playing this, but I noticed you guys were on Left 4 Dead 2 then. I'm like, yo, that'd be a fun game to play. If you guys are down for some Left 4 Dead, yo, hit me up. I love that game. Oh. It was 16 years ago then. One of them could have been my father. Yeah, Left 4 Dead is fun. It's been actually months since I played it. What difficulty you played on? I did play on expert mode, but only for the achievements. Like I was achievement hunting and like playing every campaign on expert was one of them. My friends though were like, "Yo, this is too unbalanced. The zombies are too strong." So we typically go advanced. If we're feeling like advanced is not enough, then we go to expert. I also like the difficulty spike between advanced and expert is like so high though. Like advanced feels like it's too easy, and expert feels like it's slightly too hard. I'm like, they did not playtest that at all. Then again, it is an old game, so I'm not going to hold it against it. Yeah, it really is the problem. Of course, I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I mean, of course, you could always change the difficulty for, like, in between campaigns, so it's not too bad. I had no idea. It's nice to have a game where the ultimate difficulty level is actually challenging. Yeah, it is a challenge. Can't say it's not, at least. It definitely brings that to the table. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. I did not cheat for my achievements, by the way. I earned them legit. Just had a good team of friends to play with. We locked in. One day, Clint introduced me to 3 visiting Nipponese. So you've actually met my father. How many months? We spent like an entire summer, John, remember? We spent like a whole summer trying to get the expert achievements. Like, remember when we tried expert realism? That was a pain. Expert realism was like the hardest thing we've ever done, and we even did it on the first campaign, and it was still difficult. Do you remember how many times we had to retry that? Yeah, but we did it. Yeah, after the entire summer, we did it somehow. He and his colleagues were polite and amicable. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit. It made a very great impression on me. I've only ever beaten the first level Maul and expert. You know, Fleur, we gotta get the achievements for you, man. That's our next project. All right, count on it. We're gonna find like a top level team of 4, and we're gonna nail them. All right, you better lock in. Oh, you want in, John? Yeah, actually, John's pretty good at Left 4 Dead. Like, he's one of the people that helped me like through the expert campaign. Absolutely do recommend. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even. Just an ever-growing list of victims. Oh yeah, the carnival level is actually really tough on expert. I think that was it was either that level or was it hard? I think it was called Hard Rain. Whichever one that has all the witches in it, that was also really hard. Yeah, okay, yeah, it was called Hard Rain. Both of those were a pain. Tell me about it. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway, so he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer, but it was his victory in the end. Yeah, the witch one is brutal. But yeah, the expert realism one that took a whole... Yeah, and you could do the expert realism achievement on any campaign. That's the nice part about it. But even just doing the first one, like this game still feels like it's brutal. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. When I finally found out the killer's identity, the reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? I know who the professor is now, and I can't wait to watch you get there as well. You already know? Wait. Assassin, you haven't played this game before, have you? Are you aware of the political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. expert realism. I've only done expert realism. Yeah, only regular expert. Yeah, expert realism is its own beast. Like you can't see your teammates through walls. The game doesn't like point out stuff with you with like pop-ups or icons. Like you have to actually pay attention. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. I want to know when I was impatient. Dang, you went spoilers. I can't believe you. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty been in jeopardy, but our two nations could have very well ended up at war. I see. So it must have been someone from Japan who did it. What? A war between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my, you mean to say that the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
Oh.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute.
Hmm?
That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Oh. No way.
Father.
What?
What? Father? Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me,
But how is he alive?
Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
Oh.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma, great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword, and I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last.
Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it. But... I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Damn.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about. But now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
So he's the living after-image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes, Kazuma Sogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart instructed us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Van Zeek's apprentice? And when he was suffering from amnesia, too. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. I thank you for meeting with me as I asked. "10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I've ever seen him. Poor Suzuto-san. All this is tied up with painful memories for her, too. She never even talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me to his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that friend had left behind a son, a boy 7 years my senior. Father told me that boy made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Sogi. So you see, That's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned, only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
Wow. Just wow. That was great. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm speechless. I have nothing to say to that. That's just... So, Asogi's alive and well. We knew that from last time, but to think, like, the professor turned out to be his father. That's crazy. And he got his memories back on top of that. So, I'm excited about that. I don't know where this is gonna go, because we only have 2 more cases left. And then that's the end of the game. Well, I think that's enough for now. Definitely went on a little longer than I thought I would. But anyhow, who should we go say hi to, do you think? There's actually quite a bit of people on right now. If you guys have any suggestions, I'd love to hear it. Meanwhile, I'm getting a drink. My throat is a wreck after that much talking. Much better. Triva's live? Let me see. Oh, she is. Oh, she's playing a game I have never heard of. Well, Dom is live. Yeah, let me just raid myself real quick. Hold on. Alright, you know what? I've actually haven't raided her in a long time, so you know what? Why not? It's not often I get to do stuff like this. Alright. Anyhow. Thank you for lovely stream. Glad I could catch you for a bit. Yeah, no problem. I'll actually be going live again tomorrow, because I also got tomorrow off, as a matter of fact. So if any of you guys could stop by and say hi tomorrow, I would love to see you. I'm going to be doing more Persona 5 tomorrow, around the same time. But not for that long, because I was actually trying to end off of it an hour earlier, and I just ended up kept going. I'll do my very best. I do work. Yeah, I know you guys work, so if you can't make it, please don't feel like you have to. Trust me, I'm actually debating trying to establish a schedule where I do streams in the evening more, because I know a lot of people that try to come by work. I was thinking about doing like a Mario Party minigame marathon before Jamboree comes out, like in the evening. Just like play every single minigame just to prep myself up. I feel like that'd be funny. But if you guys are busy, please, just the thought that counts. I really just want you guys to just come if you can, and if you want to, and if not, that's perfectly okay too. We can always hang out some other time. No problem. Anyhow, before we send off, I hope you guys enjoyed tonight. Watch me play Ace Attorney. I'm really invested in the story, and I hope some of you guys are too. This story kicked up to 11, and I love it so far. It is great. I am really hooked on where this game's taken me, and I hope some of you guys are too. I know, like, a lot of you are not big Ace Attorney junkies like I am, but I'm loving this.
I'm so invested. I googled the future. I don't tell me about it. I visited Tuspel's bra. All right. That being said, I hope you all have a wonderful day, and I will see you guys some other time. On that note, have a good day.